go. Hi guys, welcome to Write-A-Thon Saturday sprints. We are doing some writing sprints this morning. My name is Maggie. If you're new here, welcome. Also, if you are watching this on the replay crew, welcome. It's good to have you. I am hoping that we are going to get a lot of productivity stuff done today. I am behind on my goal for this month, which if you're new here, what I'm currently working on is I am working on a novel called Project Shadow. Project Shadow is a historical espionage story that is set in the Marvel Universe in the 1940s. I have already plotted everything out and outlined it, and I'm currently working on the storyboard. That has been my goal for this month. And basically what a storyboard is it is a entire story outline that is every scene is mapped out. So you have the characters that are in the scene, the setting of the scene, what happens in the scene, and then how that internally affects the character, your main character for every single scene. And the whole point of doing that is so that I can sit down and when I do my draft, I can have something to reference to make sure that I'm staying on track, making sure that I'm hitting all the plot points that I want to hit throughout the story, and then also making sure that I'm sticking with the consistency for character development. It's supposed to help me so I don't have to go back and do too many changes when I go to editing, but I'm sure there'll be a lot that I'm going to have to do at that point as well. It's just me trying to make sure my story stays on track and doesn't go off the rails, because I have written stories in the past where I basically discovery write it. So I write what's in the top of my head and then I veer way off course and I never finish it. So this is me trying to stick with that. So my goal for this month was to get the storyboard completely done. And I have not done that. I actually had a glitch where I had to go back and rework the first two acts in the beginning. So and when I say first two acts, I do a 10-act structure. So it is the first 2 out of 10, which in a normal story structure would just be act 1, because I took the major 3 acts and broke them down into further little acts to make it easier on myself. So basically had to go back and rework that. And then just, life got in the way and I haven't been writing. So the goal today is to get as many words done as we can on our project. So let me know in the comments down below what it is that you are working on today and what your goal is for this writing session. I don't have a specific word count goal because according to TrackBear, I need to get 15,066 words in the next 3 days to meet my 20,000 word goal for this month. And realistically, I don't think that's going to happen. So I'm changing my goal to just be, I want to get as much done as I can so that I can stay on track. And then when we go into July, we're probably still going to keep working on the storyboard, but I just want to show up consistently and get work done. All that to say, let's see if we got any comments yet. Anyone joining us? No, that's quite all right. I am going to jump into the first sprint. And we're going to go for 25 minutes and we'll take a 5-minute break and check in at the break and let each other know how that first sprint went, how many words we got, all of that. So let's go ahead and jump into our first sprint and I will check back in with you guys at the break. Hey guys. Oh, there it is. Hi guys, welcome back from the writing sprint break. That timer went off. I don't know if you guys could hear that or not. There we go. For some reason, I didn't hear it on mine, but I had a timer going in the background, so that's good at least. How did that sprint go for everyone? How many words did you get? I got 181 done on that sprint. I think that was pretty good. I'm working on those scenes that I had to add back in. Well, not add back in, but add in to try and make everything be more cohesive. So I'm working on those and mapping out what that looks like. But that's pretty good for a first sprint. I've got quite a way to go, but I think that's good. Again, I'm not tracking too much how how I'm not tracking too much how much I'm going to get today overall. Like I'm not trying to hit a specific word count goal. I'm just trying to get more on the page. And yeah, sorry, my brain is moving a little slowly this morning. I need more coffee. But let's see, let's check the chat. Okay. Nope, no one is in the chat. But if you're here, let me know what you're working on for today and what your goals are for this session. Like I said, I'm working on my storyboard. The scene that I did this session is like the opening scene. So I'm just trying to figure out how I want that to be. And then I'm trying to figure out how much information to put in it because I don't want it to be like an information overload. I want it to be like intriguing, but at the same time, not like an info dump. So we'll see how that goes because right now my notes are like, I still have a lot to figure out. The notes is literally like, that I did for this last session is like figure, insert brackets, figure this part out, figure this part out. So it's very not like it's still all up in the air, which I guess is good for if you're still doing like your first draft. I will say that I'm glad I'm doing the storyboard process and I'm not just discover writing it right now because I would worry that I would get like super far into it and then have this issue where I'm trying to figure stuff out and not be able to or like and have to like go back and like either delete everything or like scrap all the progress that I did and rewrite it and all of that because it was kind of discouraging to have to add in some scenes and rework the whole acts that I had to do. But I'm glad I hadn't written everything out before I did all of that. At least it's, just storyboard scenes that I can like shuffle around and whatnot. And Scrivener makes it easy to use that. If you use Scrivener, I highly recommend. If you don't use Scrivener, I highly recommend it. It's super easy to move stuff around and group stuff together and all of that stuff. But yeah, we got about a minute left on our break and then we'll dive back into another sprint. I don't know how long I'm going to go for today. I'm just kind of working until I guess my brain decides it doesn't want to work on story anymore. So we could be here for an hour. We could be here for 2 hours. We could be here for the majority of the day. I don't know. It's just however we feel. So if you're joining me, thank you for joining, and we'll get some good writing done. But yeah. Is anybody else got like a busy Saturday or whatnot planned? I don't have any plans today. My whole plan for today was to just get as much writing done as I can. I don't think I'm anywhere close to, I know I'm not anywhere close to the hitting 15,000 words. I don't think that's even going to happen in the next 3 days. But we're going to try and get as much words as we can done at least. And I got to figure out why this is not. What? Why did that not go? Okay. Why am I not hearing this? Timer. If you're here, you put in the chat if you can hear the timer going off, because I do not hear it when it goes off. So yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know why I'm not hearing it. But the timer just went off. So I'm going to go ahead and start it. The only reason I knew it went off is because I was looking at it. If you can hear it, let me know. And if you can't hear it, let me know. Because I don't know what's going on with that. But we're going to dive in for another 25 minutes, and then we will check back in after the break. So good luck, everyone, and happy writing. All right, guys. Apparently, this timer did not go off, or if it did go off, I still did not hear it. I don't know what's going on with my volume or something, but I can't hear when it's going off. So I'm going to set a backup timer for the next one. That way I don't miss it. Because that caused me to work over. And I'm sure you guys were like, what is she doing? She didn't come back from the break. So how did that sprint go for you guys? For me, it went really well. I got, let's see, I haven't looked, 397 words that time. So let me go ahead and write that down. I have a little whiteboard in front of me that I'm keeping track of all of my totals on. That way I can go back and add them up at the end of the stream so that I know how many words that we got overall. So that one I felt pretty good about. I finished one scene that I was working on. I was struggling a little bit with it because I know that I'm going to have to add in science stuff. And even though I loved science in school, that is not my forte. And I'm going to have to do research. Sorry about that. I lost a sticky note. Okay, well, that goes over there, actually. All right, sorry about that. This is my notebook that I keep all of my plotting and information and stuff for my story, Project Shadow. It's about this full. I don't know if you can see that. It's like this much, maybe like a quarter of the way full. I have a problem where I buy a lot of notebooks and I never use them. So, or I use them part of the way and never finish them. So I'm trying to do that with this one. I'm trying to just have everything Project Shadow in here so that I can actually use up a notebook. But that got me off track. I don't remember what I was saying. And if you watch a lot of my videos, that is going to be a common theme, is I get off track and I possibly ramble and don't remember what I'm saying. Okay, it says, what is this? Oh, okay. That was from last time where she said she couldn't hear any of the timers, and I responded saying that I thought I fixed it, but apparently I did not fix it. I don't know. I don't know why I didn't hear it. I hear my music, but for some reason I don't hear focus when it goes off. So I don't know if that's another setting I got to do, but I have a 25-minute timer here for the next time, so I won't get off track. But how did that go for y'all? How many words did y'all get? If you're working on something, let me know in the comments. And if you're on replay, let me know in the comments what it was that you were working on and how many words you got for that sprint. We have about a minute left on our timer. So yeah, it's not too bad. And then will this reset to 2? I think. Yeah. I just reset the current segment because it started going and then I moved to short breaks. So maybe it'll just reset back to the other one. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Locust today, y'all. Apparently it doesn't want me to work on my story. But we're going to keep going. I'm still mapping out scenes. I'm feeling pretty good so far on the progress that I made getting that done. There are scenes that I'm able to skip over so that I've already done. So I'm moving up the ladder of where I'm at. I'm still on Act 1, but I'm getting there. So that's good. Let's see if this will actually go off again, if I'll hear it this time. Excuse me. Yeah, I didn't even hear that go off. I don't understand what's going on here. That's so weird. If you're watching this on replay, let me know in the comments if you hear this going off. I don't know what's going on. Login failed. Hold on one second. Okay, let me see if I can try and fix this real quick. Okay. Okay, I think I fixed it. We will see. But let's go ahead and hop into our next sprint just in case. I'm going to set a backup timer. So that I will check back in with you guys in 25 minutes. So yeah, let's get started and happy writing, you guys. All right, guys, it seemed to work that time. So welcome back from sprinting. Welcome to the break. How did that go for you guys? Did you get some words in? I got, let's see. I only got 64 words that time, but I had to manually count them because I was taking some notes in my writing notebook. So I had to manually count them. And then I only got like 10-ish words actually in my written project. I realized that I'm going to have to add in more scenes, but let's check the chats and see how everyone's doing. Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. What are you working on today? I'm working on Project Shadow. Oh, you can't, I just realized you guys can't see that. It's very bright in here. Yeah, no, it says Project Shadow on it. I am revising, so you can't really word count. That's all right. How do you do your measurements then? Do you just like say how many chapters you got done in that sprint, or like how many scenes or whatnot? That's another way that you can count it, or you can count like time worked on the project, things like that. I know those are methods that are in TrackBear that you can use. I think it has like words, characters, time, chapter finished. Okay. Yeah, that's how I would count it. Or if you break it up into scenes, I would do how many scenes you edited. That's a good way to work on that. I am storyboarding, so I'm counting words, but they're not really words in the manuscript. I'll count those as like separate totals. I don't have a goal per se as like how many words I want in the storyboard. My goal for the month is 20,000, but I don't know how many words each like scene map is going to be. They've kind of been fluctuating. Let's see. Yeah, right now the highest one is 630 words. They're all kind of like around the 400, 500 range though. So that's pretty good. But I realized I'm gonna have to add in more scenes this round. So that's why I didn't get that many words in, because I was trying to figure out how to add in more scenes to kind of make the suspicion on the character grow. I don't think it's going to be that many scenes. I think I'm going to have to add in just maybe two, maybe three more scenes. So that's not too bad. But it was a little, I guess it's good. It's good that I'm getting this out now instead of doing it in the middle of writing. If you need more scenes, add another character maybe. So yeah, the scenes that I'm adding are from a different perspective. So they're from the second character's perspective. And he's like, so it's my main character's dad, and he's kind of like the catalyst that is triggering the events to happen. So I'm having to add in scenes from his perspective that is showing like what's going on kind of behind the scenes, so that the reader will know more than my main character does. And then she is kind of like for the rest of the story. So I'm hoping it doesn't take away from her story too much. But I'm trying to make sure that what I'm adding is not like extra irrelevant scenes, that they're all like scenes that move the plot forward and show like this is what happened that caused this to happen. Because the second act, mine's a 10-act structure, so the part that actually gets the story rolling where is they try to escape and their escape attempt fails. But I'm having to add in these scenes from the dad's perspective to show why they need to escape, because she doesn't know that, if that makes any sense. Why do I feel like this is not on? There it goes. Okay, the timer went off. So Let's dive back into another sprint. Good luck with your editing, and I will check back in with you in 25 minutes. Hopefully I can get more scenes done. Happy writing or editing. All right, guys, welcome back from the sprint. How did it go for you? We are on our long break. Oh, hello. There we go. Because we've done 4 so far. It got a little messed up because the volume wasn't working earlier, so I had to reset it. So that's why it says we've only done like 2. But I just manually switched it over to long break. So we have a longer break, about 10 minutes. That said, it is lunchtime, so if you need to go grab food or anything, go ahead and do that. My word count for that last sprint was 292 words. And I am actually gonna go ahead and hello. Why is it doing that? There we go. Okay. I'm actually going to go ahead and update my totals in TrackBear while we're on this long break. So let's add up what I've done so far. Okay, totaling that up, I got 934 words so far in all 4 of the sprints that we have done. So I updated that on TrackBear. Let's see. I'm now at the end, but I'm thinking of changing the ending. Oh, okay. That's good. Like to make it more dramatic or to add in more scenes, or you just had a complete rewrite idea for your ending. Yeah, changing it. What are you writing about, if you don't mind me asking, or what is your story about? Um, and are you on your like first or second draft, or I know you're editing, so are you editing your first draft or your second draft? I know people do multiple passes. It was the last NaNoWriMo I did before it shut down. Okay. Oh, so you already wrote it and then you're going back and editing it and everything. That's good. Yeah, the last NaNoWriMo I did, I have that story. It was 60,000 words and I have not picked it up since then. So more power to you for picking it back up and working on it. I just have moved on and started different stories. But this one that I'm working on, I'm actually trying to finish. So we'll see how that goes. It's been a process. I'm hoping that by doing all of this stuff up front, I'm not a plotter. I'm more of a pantser, discovery writer, whatever they want to call it. But I'm hoping that trying to plot all this stuff out and storyboard it and all of that stuff beforehand is going to help it make it easier to write and not have to do so much editing on the back end, because I've never really edited anything before. I just kind of drop the stories and move on. So I'm going to try and get to the editing point with this one, and I hope it'll make it. Yeah, you're a pantser too. Yeah, I'm definitely a pantser. So this is why this whole storyboarding, outlining stuff has been very slow going, but I'm hoping that it'll make it a lot faster for me to write it once I start drafting. And I'm also hoping that I don't get ideas in the middle of it and go completely off the rails. That's what I'm worried about. um, with your editing, do you go back in and are you just like are you doing full developmental changes, or are you just doing like line edits, or how are you going about editing it? I have to sneeze, but it's not coming. Oh no. Nope. I've watched videos on the people editing. You're doing both. Do you do like one first and the other? Because I know some people try and do it all at once, and then other people like break it down into different processes. I've seen some videos on people doing it, and it just seems very complicated. I'd have to break it down into like multiple different sections. I'm not big picture. I think I'm too detail oriented. Pretty much top to bottom. Okay. Okay. I'm always curious how other people do it. I'm very detail oriented, and I also kind of feel like that might be my downfall, because maybe I complicate things too much. I feel like that's probably what I'm running into with this story, is like I'm complicating it too much. But we'll see. I think I had a breakthrough on the structure and adding in more scenes, so hopefully I won't have any more edits where I have to add in more stuff, at least to these 2 acts. I'm sure I'll have to add in more stuff later, but I'd like to just get through this so I can start kind of get the ball rolling on where I'm at, because I'm still right now. Let's see. I'm thinking I'm going to have to add in maybe 2 to 3 more scenes. And currently it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 22. So that would put me at like 25-ish scenes in the first act. I guess if it's like a 3-act structure, it would be the first act would be 25 scenes is what I'm working with right now. I go through it like I'm reading a book. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I've seen like people do like a read through first, and then they go back and then they do like big edits, like with plot structure and character development and stuff like that. And then they do smaller edits, like as a second or third pass, where it's like they're doing like line edits and like changing the wording and stuff. So I was just curious what part you were at on yours. I'm hoping that by doing what I'm doing right now with like plotting it out and the plot structure and like storyboarding, all that, I can kind of avoid, hopefully, fingers crossed, drastic developmental edits after the first draft, but we will see. Then I will print it out and pull out my red pen. The red pen, yeah. What kind of pen do you like? I like these. I know it's so random, but I like they're Papermate Ink Joys. Those are my favorite clicky pens for the red line editing. But random question there. That's the one that I haven't made it to the red line edits or anything yet. Uniball Elite. Okay, I'll have to look at that one. What does that one look like? Uniball Elite. Oh, okay. Oh, that's fine tip. Okay. That looks nice. Do you, so you type yours up and then print it out? Okay. Print it out and put a red pen, yeah. I've also seen, if you have an iPad or something, I've seen people do where they do a PDF version on their iPad, and they use an app called iAnnotate or something like that, and they like annotate it and like edit it on the iPad to save on paper and stuff. So if you have something like that and you don't want to carry around a bunch of paper, you could try that way as well. This guy, let's see, just went off. So that means it's time to hop back into another sprint. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer, and I will check back in with you once it's done. Good luck on your editing or writing, and I will talk to you then. All right, guys, welcome back from that sprint. How did it go? I got 233 words. Let me write that down so I can add that up later. Where did that go? Yes, okay. Okay, there we go. Sorry, everything is on one screen over here, so trying to move stuff around and do stuff is a little difficult. Okay. Oh, there was a comment at the end of the last thing that I missed. So we were talking about the difference between paper versions of your drafts and then like having it on screen to edit. And you said that you think it reads differently on paper than on screen. Yeah, I think that's true. I also think you notice different things when you're looking at it in different mediums. So like if you're looking at it on a phone versus on a computer or on a tablet versus like having it written in paper or by hand, you kind of focus on different things when you're looking at it through different like views. Sorry, my brain just lagged right there. But that's why I keep a notebook too to like write stuff down, because sometimes like I can get my thoughts out better on paper than I can on like typing it and stuff. So that's kind of what happened on this last sprint, was I was starting to write some more on paper versus typing it into Scrivener. But yeah, I think I'm probably going to do one more sprint. What type of story are you writing? It is a 1940s historical fiction espionage type story, but it's set in the Marvel universe. So it's like essentially, I guess you could classify it as a fan fiction, but it's not, because it's like it's in the Marvel universe, but it's entirely original characters and like original concept and everything. So yeah, I have no intention of publishing it or anything. I'm just like writing it because it's in my brain and I have to get it out. But yeah, I think it's I would guess you would classify it as fan fiction. That's kind of how I'm classifying it, because it's in the Marvel universe. So there are some ties to like Marvel events, but a lot of it is like completely original characters and a completely original storyline. Hope that makes sense. Did you say, and I must have, I don't know if I missed it or if my brain is just addled, but did you say what it was that you're writing on? I know you're revising, but just curious what your story was about. Where'd that go? Nope, there you go. Gothic, okay. So like that's the time, like the I guess time period that it's like, it's a Gothic story time period, or is it like, so when I think Gothic, I think like cathedrals, dark clothing, that type of stuff. I don't know why I think vampires. I know that's not Gothic, but that's I also think that. So is it a like, what genre would you classify your story as? Gothic can take place at any time. That's true. It is like a atmosphere. It's a mood. Yeah. Like dark. Dark vibes, yeah. It's related more to, as you said, old buildings, old feelings. Okay. Well, that's cool. Um, I hope your editing has been going well. If you need a reader or anything, I wouldn't mind reading it for you. Um, but yeah, I think I'm probably gonna do like maybe 1 or 2 sprints. I'll see how I'm feeling since I've been going all morning. So with that, let's go ahead and hop back into our next sprint. Um, yeah, happy. Oh, hold on. To help me stick to it, I read books in the same genre. Okay, that's smart. I have not been reading really too much lately. I've been reading, well, not like books related to what I'm writing. I read books about writing, like plot structure and that type of stuff. Um, but I've not been reading like actual like fiction and stuff like that. So I probably should, but I've didn't want it to like influence what I'm doing right now. Um, but yeah, you should. It will help you stick it out till the end. Okay. I'd have to figure out what would fit and maybe find something that fits. But yeah, I could try that. Try and find some historical fiction or something, I guess. But alrighty, let's jump into our next sprint. And hopefully you get a lot done. And I will check back in with you after the break. right, guys, welcome back from that break. How did it go? I hope it went pretty well on y'all. For y'all, I got 96 words that time. So that puts me at 1,263 words for the day, which I think is pretty good progress so far. I went ahead and updated my TrackBear with that. So now it's saying that I need 2,500 more words today to hit my goal. That does not sound right to me. It says I have 13,000 words, 13,803. So why is it saying 2,500? Yeah, that only gets me 7,500 if I do that for the next 3 days. That math ain't mathin'. Okay. That's a little weird. All right, let's check the chat. You're reading Women in Black. Okay. Is that the book that like that movie with Daniel Radcliffe a while back was made after? The ghost one? Is that, I know it was a gothic one. Is that kind of like a comp for what you're working on? Is yours like a gothic ghost story? And then B. Ham Breeds jumping in because you need some accountability while work on organizing your writing projects. That's smart. Do you have a lot of them that you're organizing? How are you organizing them? Are you using Scrivener? Or is there another method that you use to organize them? Correct. Okay, so it's a comp to what you're working on. Okay, yeah, that sounds really good. I'd like to read that. I love that movie and that book. I have not read the book. I've seen the trailer for the movie. I haven't watched the movie, but it looked like it was right up my alley. I like kind of ghost stories and stuff. I haven't watched a lot of movies lately. Got a new Notion template and want to use that for one of the projects. I'm trying to get more organization to my chaos. Okay, that's cool. Was it like one that another YouTuber or somebody made that is like all set up with the author whatnot? I was looking at one of those the other day. I think it was like called Life OS or something like that. It was like a Notion template for like pretty much every aspect of your life. And I thought about getting it, but I don't know. I like Notion, but I don't use Notion as much as I would like. I do have some of my projects on Notion, but I never go back and update it. I really should. I have it as pulling it up now. Yeah, I have like a dashboard that's for like my writing, and I update it like with my word count and stuff on there. So like I can look at my project and see how much time I've spent working on it. But I don't like I went and I like went in depth and created like outlining and what is it? Where is it? I made like a page for plotting, outline, world building, like timeline, brain dump, like a bunch of stuff. But then I never used it. So I kind of just went a little backwards and I realized that I did not have the timer going. So I'll check in with that in a second. Yep, someone else created it for others to use. Okay. Well, that's cool. I hope it works for you. Do you have a lot of projects that you have to organize? I think I might do. I couldn't create stuff myself. Notion is way too confusing for me. I'm constantly Googling either templates or other tips and tricks. Yeah, it took me a while to make that one. And I think I spent like a month on making it and like setting it up, and then I just got distracted and just never went back to it. Um, I probably will use it, or I need to update it. Um, everything I use Scrivener, so my whole entire project is in Scrivener. Um, and then I also have, like, for timeline, I found Aeon Timeline, and that's what I've been using for my timeline. And then Plotter is what I use for like plotting stuff out. So I have those three software on my computer. So that's what I've mostly been using. But I was wanting to use Notion as like a hub to keep all of my projects like somewhat organized, but I never got around to updating it. Just starting with organizing one. Okay. What is your project that you're organizing? What's that about? This one is about a girl being haunted by her imaginary friends from childhood. Ooh, that sounds good. Okay, so we have like kind of two ghost stories going on that you guys are working on. That sounds really good, really interesting. Mine's like a dark. The one I'm working on is it's a dark kind of like espionage a dark historical fiction like espionage type story. Um, it's set in the Marvel universe in 1940, but it's like all original characters and all original storyline and everything. But that's what I'm working on. I'm working on storyboarding it, so mapping out what the scenes are, and I've had to rework some stuff. Thank you. I'm excited for it. I've been working on it. Uh, yes, I love the Marvel universe. That is one of my biggest fandoms that I love. But I've had the idea for it'll be 2 years in August since I originally got the idea, and I've been slowly working on it. It's very you should read some historical fiction from the 1940s. Yes, that's on my to read list. I've already found a book that was nonfiction. I actually found it through another YouTuber. I was watching her video on Andrea Severson. She's in London and she was like filming in a bookstore, and the title of one of the books caught my attention. It was what was it? The woman who, I think it was The Woman Who History Forgot. I think that's what it was called. Hold on, let me see. What was it? A Woman of No Importance was what it was called, and it's the untold story of an Virginia Hall, who's an American spy during World War II. Um, and that one sounded super interesting as like a one to read. That would be good. But yes, I need to look up more 1940 historical fictions to read to see how they do it. A Deadpool shirt. Yes, Deadpool counts. I love Deadpool. I have a Marvel hoodie, but I'm not wearing it. I really should be wearing it. I mean, I'm wearing Harry Potter today, so it doesn't really line up with what I'm working on, but yeah. But yes, that's what I'm working on. So it's up and running. I haven't actually drafted anything yet. I just want to, because it's so massive in my brain, like I want to do it justice. And so I'm taking forever to get through it. because I am previously a pantser and I don't want to just start writing it and then go way off track and never finish it. Like I really want to actually finish this one. So we're trying to plot, we're trying to get organized over here, and it's slow going. But yes, the timer just went off, so let's jump back into another sprint. I'm going to go ahead and start the timer, and happy writing, editing, organizing, whatever it is that you're working on. And I will check back in with you on the next break. right, guys, welcome back from that sprint. How did it go for y'all? I did terrible. I got 20 words, and then I fell down a rabbit hole of Googling historical fiction that I might like to read. So I think that pretty much tells me that my brain is probably cooked for the day. So I am probably gonna wrap up here, but I just wanted to check in with everyone and see how that last sprint went. Add those words to my count, actually. There it is. Okay, so that puts me at 1,283 words for the day. That is pretty good. I am definitely not going to hit that 20,000 word goal. I don't think there's any way I can do 13,000 words in the next 2 days unless I kill myself. And I definitely don't want to do that. But I'm thinking I might, if you're interested, I might, and it also depends on how I feel, but I might do some sprints tomorrow morning. I have to run for my Tough Mudder. I have to run 5.6 miles. So after that, I would probably hop on. It would probably be around. Yes, you'd be interested in sprints tomorrow then? Okay. It would probably be around 9:30 again, depending on the weather. If it's raining here, then I'll probably do my run inside. And yeah, I think I'd be back by around 9:30ish to be able to sit down and write some. So yeah, I think that's probably what I'll do then. I'll just plan on it being around 9:30 tomorrow morning, give or take, for the sprints. But I'm going to plan on 9:30. Hopefully my run does not take longer than like an hour. I think it'd be like an hour and a half. That's what it was yesterday when I ran 5 miles. So I think it'll be a little over an hour and a half. And if I go at 7, that would give me enough time to get back, shower, and get ready to do sprints. So yeah, I think that's what I'll do. I'll plan around 9:30, 10 o'clock to do sprints. So around that time, if that works for everyone. But yeah, I think that will get me some more words in and get me some more progress on it. And then we also have the next scheduled sprint that's not like a pop-up sprint is going to be on Tuesday. Yes, June 30th at 6:30 p.m. Normally I do them on Wednesdays, but the last day of the month is going to be on Tuesday. So we'll do it on Tuesday and wrap it up. And then I think I'll probably start doing, it seems like the weekend sprints are better than weekdays for everybody. So I might start just doing weekend sprints more often if that's something that everybody likes. Central time zone, Central Standard Time. So 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, and then tomorrow would be 9:30 a.m. After I get off this live, I'll set it up. I'm just gonna put it for 9:45, just to be on the safe side. But I might start it early. I think I could be fine by 9:30, but I don't want to say 9:30 and then not be back in time. But yeah, I think that's going to be it for today. I hope you guys got a lot of work done. I feel pretty good about my 1,200 words. I had to do a bunch of restructuring of stuff and adding in more scenes, so it was pretty good progress. But my brain is very fried and lose focus on this story. So I think that's a good time to take a break. and go relax and enjoy the day. So I will see you guys back here tomorrow morning. I hope you guys have a good night. And yeah, thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you tomorrow.